Hello, everybody. Let's see. You turn on. There we go. Okay. Just gonna turn on the chat there. Auto find. See, has anyone been sending YouTube? No. Hey. Shit. Okay. Time to lock in. Let's see. Okay. Okay. So, when we walk up to a slow orb with a spell, we have to have the actual teaching part. We can start with locking the mouse. Language dictionary. Right, so... I feel like Alt, J, and K should... Alt, H, and L, maybe. Sorry. I guess arrows is fine. It's not. I think I have like screen or something. Let's see. Audio recorder. Right, UI manager here. So we have toggle new active UI, which is toggled from slow orb screen. I guess here, if there is a UI element, I guess we do lock the screen. I guess we can infer from whether or not it's active here. So var lock mouse equals false if new UI and new UI dot no. Yeah, I guess it's never null. Always true. Yeah, I guess. Lock mouse false. Sorry, I'm getting a phone call apparently, so I'll be right back. Sorry guys, I had a phone call. Let's see. If the new UI is active, or we can just say lock mouse equals. Cursor.lock statement. Lock and cursor.lock. True. Else. Unlock mouse. There we go. Okay, let's see if this works. No. Right, okay. I mean, we do show the mouse. Here we just need to yeah, we don't need this. Their handle look should only happen if not UI manager, not instant. As UI. Cursor visible, it's not. I guess it's top UI element. I'm not hiding the mouse. Strange. Is it implemented? Yeah, I've been in the London. I've been gone. London and the UK and everywhere. I'm good, Miles. Welcome back. We got the 2 stars of the stream. Humane UI representative, as well as Miles. Finally. I'm still waiting for that fish to finish up the last few levels. I'm so sorry for you. How many times did you have to go to the emergency room? I was actually, surprisingly enough, completely fine for the duration of my trip. I told you I care about you. I remember telling you the opposite, Miles, but maybe I'm wrong about that. See, what am I doing wrong? I'm doing something wrong. This is a safe space, everyone. Very safe space. We don't do bullying here. True for element, slurp screen, true for element, spell company. Huh? Why did it even open there? Yeah, I don't know. I'm completely. I mean, I've been away from this project for a while now, and I was you know, doing it Mac 10. It's Mac 10 thing, Mac 1, Mac 10, Mac 10. That's 10 times Mac speed. You know, and I feel like when you go at a project and you do it high velocity, you sort of lose track of what you're doing. So I'm just sort of trying to wrap my head around what I was doing. I know what I want to do. I'm just still trying to wrap my head around what I was doing at the point of leaving. Funny how you say we don't bully here. Oh, I'm glad you like. It says it's true, but then when you close it, oh, okay, the close actually doesn't call the UI manager. That's the problem. All interactions have to happen through the UI manager. So the slurp screen here, we have the decline, which is technically the close button, right? I've unfortunately been rewriting the Node.js garbage into C# for the last 2 weeks. Will you someone fucking get back into my game? Oh. Boyd, can you make me moderator? Even if you were the last person on Earth, I would have my doubts about making you moderator. But thanks for the application. We will consider it. I'll leave it to my moderation team to look over your application. I think the canvas has the UI manager. Yeah. So we should be able to do this. Well, right. No, because you can't pass a freaking interface as a parameter, can you? I'll have to make a overload method here that toggle new active UI, which does so with public void toggle new active UI, and then game object UI object, which then calls this. This could have all been avoided with humane UI. So that's what people are saying. I was looking in your videos and I might have saw one of your faces in the thumbnail. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I'm gonna have to scrub all my videos now, Miles. You've seen my face. And I will also have to scrub you from existence. This is not a threat, of course. Matrix pen? Yeah, I think more Men in Black, actually. I'm more a Men in Black kind of pen. I had this nasty cough and still have it while I was in the UK. I was sick the first... I was in the first day I was there in the UK, I was sick. But then after that, I quickly recovered. But I had this lasting cough that was, you know how it is, guys. You know how it is. You know what I mean? Miles, you have an obsession with girlfriends, and I don't understand what that is. You keep talking about like girlfriends and like I seem to recall you saying something like sexy boys, but maybe that was someone else. I think that might have been someone else, but you a freak, Miles. I'm not gonna lie, you a freak. Gumball Compendium does not I guess, oh yeah, I shouldn't have that. I should the UI manager and then toggle new active UI for the spell compendium. There we go. And same for this one, which is also close, which calls the UI. Basically, what I need to do at this point, shouldn't be too complicated, but famous last words, as they say. What I need to do is just... I will describe the flow in Notepad. In order to, like, I'm implementing the actual spell teaching, right? So to teach a spell to a Slorb, the way I think it should be done, and I could change this later. You would interact with Slorb, right? Click spell slot, select spell from compendium, read spell out loud with mic, and then Slorb now knows spell. That's the sort of flow I'm imagining. What we could do, but I don't think that would work though, because there has to be an element of setting, like which slot is this going into. So I think this is actually a mandatory part. That part, the clicking the spell slot, selecting from the compendium, maybe, I guess. But yeah, guys, my friend from Iceland released his game Queue Up. Doing very well, sitting at 366 positive reviews. 366 reviews, 96% positive. It's a coin flipping game. Esports coin flipping. If you're into that kind of stuff. It's basically like an idle incremental game where you have skill trees and there's literally no gameplay besides flipping the coin. The game is the meta game, essentially. Similar to how in Cookie Clicker, the only action you can take is click a cookie, right? Yeah, it's juiced to all heck. That's the whole idea. So it's running through like these super complex skill trees, and you can have like different characters. And there's like lore and stuff. And like when you... I think to quit the game or something, you have to do like a mini game. Like you can't close the game without playing a mini game. Otherwise you have to Alt F4 or something. But I mean, it's very much like satire, and you have like, you know, a rank and everything. And it's multiplayer too. And it even has, like, it has a, how do you say, proprietary currency, but the proprietary currency is not, there are no microtransactions in the game, but it's, no microtransactions, but it's built in a way that makes it look as if it does have microtransactions. It's like copying the UI design elements of many of these popular esports games, but it's made by the guy who made Paperclip something, and my friend then was hired to work with this guy as well. I guess he's released some other smaller ones. Battle Royale, I don't know what that is. But it was him and like, yeah, this guy and then this guy's son or whatever. I think it's 3 people on a team make this. That's pretty cool. But what's funny is that this game is not the only coin flipper game. Not the only coin flipper game on the market. Because there was another coin flipper game that released very recently called like Unfair Flips or something. And Unfair Flips made a bit of a splash. You had people like Northern Line playing it. But Unfair Flips actually bundles with Queue Up now. They managed to set up a bundle, heads or tails bundle. But this game is literally you just click flip. and you were trying to get 10 heads in a row. I mean, it's absurd. Anyway. Okay, seems to work. That's wholesome. Instead of competing, let's join. Anyway, you can see now, you can click a spell. I click like this one, Grubagweed Fium, and it assigns the spell slot. So if we look at this, basically I have these steps. So this part is missing. I'm getting a phone call from John Pork, so I'm just gonna answer this. Be right back.
This is Fernando Miguel. He is really good at dancing.
Iroxy has learned to dance.
All right, I'm back. Got a phone call. Anyway, this is the part we need to fix. Read out spells out loud with mic. But this actual flow, I guess we can do this. Oops. 1, 2, 3, 4. Dude, my muscle memory is suffering because I was coding a bit on my laptop and now I'm not using Vim motions in Notepad. Surprise, surprise. Anyway, so part 4. We can do it like this. Read spells out with mic. A would be fetch. Yeah, I tried. Look, I tried to set up NeoVim for like a week, but NeoVim does not want to play nice at all with Unity. It is the worst experience ever. Setting it up is near impossible. When I did get it working, it ran slower than JetBrains Rider. And I was like, what the heck am I doing? So I will wait until there is a more definitive support for a NeoVim or Vim-like experience for Unity. How is that possible? Well, because of the language server implementation or whatever. I don't even know. The only language server that would work, so there's Roslyn and then there's OmniSharp. Unity uses OmniSharp, but Roslyn is supposed to be like the better one, a bit faster, open source too apparently. But OmniSharp it was basically confusing the project structure with the assembly C# DLL, you know, the one that Unity auto generates or whatever. It was confusing this project structure, so everything it identified in the project, it said like this is defined in 2 places. And this is apparently a common issue for people working with Unity and trying to set it up. And there were workarounds, and I could like suppress the error or something. But yeah, I mean, it was super messy. And then you notice how much the autocomplete, like not the autocomplete, you know, like AI style, but like if I do this, you know, if I have like var list equals new list, and we'll just call it like a list of int or whatever, right? First of all, the import missing references, I mean, that would show up, I guess, using the language server. I think that hinting would show up. But I have this list. I can just do list.for, and this shit comes up, like for each, for reverse, like all these things that I use constantly, and that are also context aware, so it knows when I could do like for each and the link hinting and all these things. Or like converting a for loop, yeah, like all these templates. But like when the templates are triggered, and when they're hinted at, is so naturally and nicely built into JetBrains overall, like all their different, like whether it's IntelliJ or C-Line or whatever, it just feels so natural when it pops up. But I would have to reconfigure all of that stuff and relearn all of that stuff in NeoVim. And I'm just sort of thinking to myself, the more I was working on this and beating my head against the wall, trying to even get the language server to work with Unity, I was sort of like, why? But I did learn a couple of things. So like I have this thing now, this highlighting. You see how it flashes on the screen? That's something I stole from NeoVim, or specifically a NeoVim config called Kickstart, NeoVim Kickstart. Like many people, when they go into Vim, apparently they download like a whole, you know, config that is set up from like top to bottom. And what ends up happening is you're not learning Vim, you're learning the config. It's like, are you learning how to code or are you learning how to work within a framework? It's the difference, right? But this config, this Kickstart config is like quite short. You can actually like read through it line by line and understand what's happening. And it's built like it is a Kickstart, right? So it's the intent of the config is for you to build upon it and not work within it. And that config had one thing that I fell in love with while I was trying out NeoVim, which is this thing, highlighting. So when you do a motion in Vim, by default, it doesn't do anything. If I were to like copy this line or copy this section or whatever, it would just, you know, I would press yank, which is the copy thing, and I would do the motion like yank this word, this little flash of yellow there. That's a configurable highlight that you can set up. But it's not there by default. But I was like, as I was using this Kickstart config and I got this, it had like this option, commented line to like highlight yanks and highlight deletes and whatever. I was like, ooh, that's nice. But it does a little flash for the highlights when you're copying stuff. So it also tells you like quite easily, you know, you can learn a bit more confidently which sections you're actually working with when you're doing the motions. So, you know, yank around block will yank like the current block I'm in. But if I do V around B and then yank, it's just a nice little feedback, a little juice, as they call it. I like it. But also, what I like about writers is the usages thing doesn't just tell you usages from methods, but also tells you usages in Unity. Although this is incorrect, this should have one asset usage. Maybe it doesn't count scene asset usages. I think it only counts prefabs actually, so maybe that is correct. But I've used this quite frequently. This asset usage reference is quite good to know. It should show in scenes as well. Yeah, probably disconnected then, I guess. I mean, I've noticed that though with like Unity's ability to speak cross applications is not generally the best. like speaking to the editors that are hooked up. So you'd fetch name, render speaking window. The more you flex, the more I need to learn the motions, but too busy constantly with shit that needs to be done ASAP. Yeah, I mean, I was doing this in my off time. I would basically, when I was done working, I would just play this Vim Motion game, Vim Adventures, and then I would spend like, because it's like, I mean, it's basically like a toggle, you know, like you can just click here and you can just enable and disable here. So I would just do the first start of my development using Vim Motions, and I would, you know, walk around like a blind man, you know, like just hitting every wall. And then I would, you know, rage and quit, but you keep doing that at the start, you know, a couple mornings every there now and then. Eventually you just figure it out, and then it becomes less appealing to click out. And then sometimes even after raging, you know, I give it a minute and I'm like, I kind of miss that specific motion. Maybe I'll just go back again to Vim Motions and just try it a bit more. But yeah, absolutely love the motions. Although I will say you will get so much more benefit from the motions being a touch typer. So if are you a touch typer? Because if you're not a touch typer, learn touch typing. I don't think you should do Vim Motions if you're not a touch typer. Using all 4 fingers, you know, home row. You know. I thought so too. I thought I did. But then I tried out touch typing, and it turns out I didn't use all 4 fingers, and I sucked ass. My left hand, pretty good. My right hand, not so good. Because what you'll notice is that when you're not touch typing, your left hand often compensates and jumps across the keyboard as your right hand stays locked in on the mouse. And the muscle memory that you get from, like, you know, your left hand, and then, you know, I mean, most people have like the gamer keyboard positioning where they actually put their hands just on WASD. I've now moved over, so I always have it on F, you know, F and J. But yeah, touch typing. I use this website to learn touch typing, Typing Club. It's usually actually, apparently kids use this in like school, a computer lab or whatever. But yeah, try this out. You might be surprised. You might be surprised to know that you think you're a touch typer, but you're actually not. Because you can get really high speeds by letting fewer of your fingers do the heavy lifting. Like, give it a shot. Give it a shot. Like I said, I thought I was a touch typer, but it turns out I was far from it, and I had to spend like 2 weeks learning to properly touch type. I mean, it is the kind of thing where, like, once you do it, you don't want to go back. No one's gonna sit there and say they regret learning touch typing, because it is a nice thing, especially for like the feeling of being locked into the keyboard. Very nice. Anyway, fetch name, render speaking window, user clicks to speak. So we'll make a speaking window UI. So like what I'm thinking is when we read the user clicks to speak, render orb understand, and then accept deny. So like we basically like ask the slorb gets the thing, he's like, you know, he can either do no, it's either this or it's this. You know, so you'll just render that above the slorb, whether depending on whether or not he understood. So we could have it like this. Let's see. So the UI, if we look at the UI and we take a humane approach, spell teaching, so you select the Gumball, and keep those. And then the spell grid is not going to be a spell grid. I mean, I guess it could be, but it doesn't need the world view. Slorb, label, Gumball. Slorb, label, Gumball. I'm getting a phone call again. God damn it. I'm so popular ever since I got back from the UK. The Queen, she wants to talk to me from the grave. Be right back. All right, I'm back, people. I'm back. Anyway, microphone. I will just draw a microphone. Using Krita. I use Krita because I love anime furry stuff in my pop-up screen. God damn. And freaking Discord overlay. I don't get Discord overlay anywhere except for here. Can't stand this shit. Rita be like, oh, you want to draw? Well, you're gonna have to look at furries to do so. How is it the microphones look again? Isn't it something like... Let's see, microphone. I mean, you'd have like the... that's the one. I was trying to do this, but I guess that's more the style we want to go for. Let me see. Look, it's Slorb Gleeble Gumble, so luckily I don't have to take any sort of precautions with artistic quality in this game. You're like, why does this microphone look so bad? And I just say, it's Slorb Gleeble Gumble, you wouldn't understand. This is how microphones look in this universe. One problem though, Oh wait, I made a huge mistake. What's that one? Oh, you guys know about dark energy and dark matter? You guys know dark energy and dark matter? Have you guys heard about that? I got some funny stuff to say about dark energy and dark matter. Or more specifically about dark energy. You guys know dark energy? So I went to this Indian restaurant in the UK. I went to an Indian restaurant. And next to me, next to my table, I hear these four guys. They're talking about neutron stars and the rate of the universe expanding, and they're talking about the deceleration. And they're all yapping on about these different physical phenomena. When one guy says, "So why did you decide to call it dark energy? I have to ask." And I was like, hold up. I realized these guys were talking about astrophysics stuff. But could it be that these guys are actually important? And so I start Googling who named dark energy. And it turns up this picture of a guy who looks exactly like the guy sitting right next to me on the table over. And as it turns out, one of those four guys sitting there was the guy that named dark energy. He coined the term dark energy. How cool is that? And there he was sitting at a Indian restaurant. I was like, they taught me about that stuff in school. That's what I said to him. I didn't actually say that to him. But I did ask after I was done eating. Hey, I heard you guys were talking about a bunch of astrophysics stuff. Are you guys astrophysicists? And then I was like, oh, yeah. Are you actually the guy who named dark energy? And he's like, yes, that's me. And so the story goes. Was that a good story? I can tell that again, but in the form of akataka. You guys prefer? No? Okay. Yeah. There's a fire. Akataka isn't real. Tell that to the people of the lovely village from which he came in the Nile. Perhaps it was not he who was in the Nile, it's you who is in the Nile. And I won't go any further into that. The effect icons microphone. Anyway, GTA 6 was delayed. GTA 6 was delayed. Which means that Penguin Springs has a better opportunity than ever to release before GTA 6. But now I'm in this Gumble bundle, and I'm just trying to, you know, make it through here. But I don't think that has to be the worst thing. Wanting to unionize? I saw there was talk about unionization. I didn't see the firing, or... But that's, I mean, that's average American company. Aren't they UK based though originally? I don't know. Hey, welcome back. You haven't been here all week, Alice. Where have you been? You've been gone from all the streams. Rockstar North Scotland. Yeah, because I had the guy who coded the physics for GTA 1 and 2's cars. He was a university professor for a game development course I took in university. The one and only game development related course I took in university. It was a nice, fun elective. Some people in class were a bit upset at him because he had some well, he made some comments about the new female lead in the new Doctor Who series. There were some complaints about sexism. Now, I will not go further into that. I do not wish to get cancelled, but I will say that it was a fun situation. I will not make comments about the many years ago female lead of Doctor Who. I have never watched Doctor Who, but yeah, he had some opinions. I will say that much. He had some opinions. So... Oh yeah, I didn't get shanked. I didn't... But I basically... My trip in the UK consisted of going to... Lichfield, which is close to Manchester, as well as Birmingham. And then I went to... I went to Haworth, which is the old town where the Bronte sisters, the three Bronte sisters, famous writers, used to live and wrote their books. One of them wrote the famously known Wuthering Heights, which also, of course, inspired the much later song by Kate Bush, Wuthering Heights, which was also recorded in Haworth. And then after that, I went to some other random places in the countryside of Yorkshire. And then after that, I went to London, where I spent much time wandering the streets, sleeping on the streets, dodging shanks left and right. All in all, good vacation in the UK. Okay, so when it comes to detecting the microphone, The naive approach would be to have a user manually click the button to say like record, right? How much did the UK government pay you to say it was good? You know, I arrived in London, so all the other villages like Lichfield and whatever was really nice, right? Sort of like picturesque towns, very old, you know, these old brick buildings, you know, dark stone, so much like forests and stuff, very beautiful kind of stuff I like. I get to London, and I step out, and I have my hotel just outside of Camden Town, which is like, you know, still like zone 1 London, so like very much central, but and I get to this place just north in Camden Town, which is called Kentish Town, and that place was like rugged, man. I get out and I'm like, what the heck? This is a mess. There's trash on the street, a bunch of spooky people who you don't want to bump into, you know? You think you touch their shoulders, they're gonna shank you. But eventually, I mean, you end up letting your guard down and it just becomes kind of chill and you just get into it. It becomes a very colorful place, lots of fun stores and markets, and just very nice. I mean, you go to like Camden Market, it's insane, so much stuff. You go to Portobello Road, you know, Notting Hill. That road, I mean, it's a never-ending market. It feels like you just walk down the road and you keep going and going and going. It's like never-ending markets, and then you go into a building and you think it's like just one shop. No, the shop out front is just like this front of the shop, but then you go in and there's like, you know, 20 other shops inside the building, and then you go out and you keep going. There's like these side markets and stuff, and it's like market after market after market. It's kind of crazy, but it's really fun. You don't get that kind of stuff in Iceland, and if you do, it's very how would you say, gentrified, not very interesting stuff. The sort of stuff you find on many of these markets in Iceland, you'd maybe find in like a normal store. It's not super interesting generally. You know, it's a tiny island. You don't get much stuff here. But I don't know. I'm not that big of a spender. But like, yeah, I mean, it's really nice just in London how the public transportation is awesome. I love it. Going on the tube, taking the buses around, it's great. Signage is awesome in the tube. Like you see so clearly where things are going. You just hop on, hop off, very easy. And surprisingly very clean also in the underground. Like it didn't get messy, and that's what people are saying. It's like the underground is never messy. Where it can get messy is like the late night buses or whatever. But like yeah, the underground, and there's like so many guards and police everywhere, and you know, you feel like kind of safe on average. And like every store has like their own private guard also, and you just feel like, you know, there's always someone out there for you to have your back, which helps also with the part of like being able to let your guard down. Like you're there and it's like, oh, it's kind of messy, but then, you know, eventually it just ends up having a charm to it. And the messy parts you end up in first, you're like, this doesn't feel so messy anymore. This actually just feels kind of charming. And I'm not a city guy, right? I don't care much for the cities. I wouldn't want to live in a city no matter what. It was kind of nice. Went to the British Museum. Saw lots of stuff there. Downloaded the app and listened to the explanations from the voices in my head. Anyway, enough about my UK trip.
This is
The
Mr. Penguin.
Oh,
Is the pressed.
the good doctor. Thank you.
Bob Goidel Penguin but Cliff Clap.
The Stolen Museum? Or is that the British Museum, Stolen Artifacts? Yeah, I mean, isn't that every museum though? If you're talking about like any international museum, it has. I saw this, I think. These masks. The Rosetta Stone I saw. These Benin bronzes, which are also, I mean, because I mean a lot of these museums, especially older ones, I mean it's when archaeology was on the rise and imperialism was huge, and people were just taking, you know, whatever they wanted to take of the old world, and then artifacts, you know, putting that in storage somewhere. But you know, sort of take it for what it is, I guess. I think I don't know, my opinion, I guess, is, you know, at some point, as with any crime, forgive and forget, you know. Just let them have it. Don't dwell on the past, and instead just visit the British Museum and watch the past. Am I right? And listen to a tour guide in your head tell you about the past, but do not dwell. The Gloop game is going well. I just got back from a UK vacay, so. Okay. Microphone. The naive approach. The naive approach tells us that to teach a spell to a slorb, the user manually clicks record. We could do that for testing, but I think what we should do later is do noise detection. So we could probably fairly easily detect voice activity, but the problem is we have to be like always recording. And if we're always recording, well, then we're recording very long samples. And like if someone goes into this menu and doesn't speak, I mean, we could have a button for like recording. I mean, even though it feels more natural, I don't think there's something. We start out with a button. Again, we're prototyping the button. Well, so Gumble teaching. Here we have to implement the IUI element. So I don't know, I haven't worked much with like UI organization. And now I'm not talking humane UI, I'm talking like, you know, like UI flow in terms of gameplay. So which window is on top, which window is in focus, and then having like a stack of queues of windows as you like enter one and then you exit out, you go back into, you know, like a stack, you know, not a queue, but a stack. So you sort of do a first in, first out as you like enter deeper and deeper into layers of UI, and then exit out, you go back to like the previous one. I haven't worked with that too much, but with this Slorb game, I'm trying to have the context of like a top level UI. And then any child UI exists within the top UI, right? So the spell teaching will always exist, like the top UI element will only exist one at a time. That is the rule for like a top UI element. So only one will be active, and currently, yeah. That basically tells me when to like enable or disable mouse input for the controller. Because like with Penguin Heist, it is so hacky the way that I do UI in that game. But there's only really one, like, there's the escape menu, and then there's like pick up ammo from the ground. Those are like the two UIs I have in Penguin Heist. Or at least those were the two UIs I designed the game around. And then I was like, oh, wouldn't it be nice to add like mini games? And new games started getting their own UI, and then, you know, one thing led to another and it starts becoming a mess. And for Springs, I need to revise the entire minigame structure, because the way that I trigger those minigames, it's like, yeah, I don't even want to talk about it, too. I made an iDisposable struct which you can using to block certain inputs, mouse, certain keys, all once it gets to post. The input manager unlocks those keys, but I have like a full-on input manager. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I don't do I should have looked over. I mean, but it's also, look, shoulda, coulda, woulda, you know? I don't want to judge myself too hard for past mistakes. I think the fact that I have a game that's out on Steam, functioning, playable by people, and played by people, is good enough for me. And I've been valuing, you know, rapid prototyping over speed, and I'm okay with that. I mean, I don't think I even want to have like a fully custom, and it's never too late to do anything. I mean, I rewrote the entire multiplayer networking framework, you know, remember that whole thing. So I've sort of embraced the sledgehammer approach of knocking things down. But I have so many other refactors in the pipeline that I feel are much more important. So like I was talking earlier with changing the composition of the entire item system into just being like one level inheritance and not going deeper. That is like my top thing right now. Oh. Did you finish that? I did not finish that refactor, no. I did a couple of bits of it, but I haven't done it yet. I'm basically just... I would have done it if I was a bit more into the actual work of Penguin Springs. But right now I'm just waiting for that fish to still finish up those 2 last levels. When those are done, I dive in headfirst into Penguin Heist, and I'm going to try to finish up the game, get it out of early access. So that's the idea. Because with Penguin Heist out of early access, the floodgates open, you know. I can start doing so much more stuff, and we can maybe start doing a bit more close testing for like Penguin Springs, which I have to do a full traffic rewrite. I think that the traffic system is the node graph I have for the traffic system is very, very nice, but the actual way that cars navigate the traffic is maybe not the best. Okay, so the slurp screen, I think it open UI, right? Active slurp, right? And that when we do in the Gumball compendium, I think. Just close all these. Close. My animals AI is good enough using dots and whatnot, but they don't need pathfinding. Just random there in distance. Yeah, and that's the thing. I need to. I mean, it's not insanely complex. It's just you need. It has to work like clockwork. It has to run like clockwork, because if it doesn't, it just looks bad. And even in GTA San Andreas, you'll notice that like cars ram each other in the butt all the time when they're like changing lanes. And the game's just okay with that. That's like a compromise the game makes, because it can be quite computationally expensive if you're not being clever about it. But like if you have the graph data and the graph data is solid, you can do a lot of pre-computation about where cars are allowed to turn and how they're allowed to move. And then based on that, you can start working. But basically, I mean, it's a lot of signaling systems, right? So you need to have like triggers as they, or that is one approach. There are so many ways to do this, right? But I think I'm going to try to make the approach of, I'm going to try 2 things. One is the trigger approach, which is like, as cars enter an intersection, there's a huge trigger that only works on the vehicle layer, because you can't have it working on all the layers. That's just going to tank the physics. There's way too many trigger events. But as the vehicles go in, then you know turn off, and then as they, or turn on signal, and then as they exit, turn off the signal. But then you have to do all these like vector computations and check the dot products to see, like, you know, where are they? Am I in a collision course? Yada yada. and then further complicated with like this changing of lanes and holding like rightmost lane and all these different, you know, rules, right of way, which I think I'm gonna just skip entirely. I don't think that's something I need to care that much about. But it's also kind of hard to test. It's not the easiest thing to test for because it doesn't have like clean-cut test cases. And especially because it is physics-based and there are two different modes of driving. Yeah, that's right of way would be a maybe. I'm gonna put a pin in that. It requires a bit more sophisticated signaling than traffic lights because you have to see like who got there first. Whereas with traffic lights, because it's, I mean, the way traffic lights are designed is just on or off. And you know that people driving aren't going to crash into each other unless you have yielding for traffic coming in the opposite, right? So if you have like a T crossing or a X crossing, you know, you have an X crossing like this, green light here, going here, green light here. But then you have one fella who wants to go here. He's on a collision course with these guys. So, but keep in mind, like the thing with traffic and the thing is with real life traffic is that humans have a very generous reaction time, and game developers like to compute things, you know, at a rate of 60 hertz, but that's not the reaction time. The reaction time is more like 200 milliseconds. So we're talking about 5 hertz. And that's quite generous from a computational perspective. And so considering that, you know, you can do some nice dispersing of calculations and get and actually what you'll notice is that if you do calculations at 160 and sometimes even at 1/5, you can even go as low as like 3 hertz or whatever. But like at these different rates of calculations, you'll notice that it appears far more realistic the lower the reaction time or the higher the reaction time is. Like a human will not stop at the immediate presence of danger because there is, again, a reaction time, but just even reaction time is not necessarily, you know, a reaction time is from the presence of danger and then to the noticing of the danger, right? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You bucket it. I do that with the enemies already, so it shouldn't be too difficult to just do the same for my cars. But yeah, it's like that's the time to realizing that you are in the presence of danger, but the actual time to action could be even longer. You know, it could be as much as 1 second to actually make a decision. Which is kind of interesting. And knowing this can allow you to make far more realistic traffic. So like the reaction of like, oh, some guy just pulled out in front of me. Do I stop instantly or, you know, do you wait a little bit? So it's kind of interesting, and you can use that to your benefit in traffic simulations. Quite nice. And you can, yeah, and this allows you to do some quite complex calculations as well. And also, I mean, the further away they get, you just laud the computations. Like if in the distance a player sees that a car is clipping through another car, that doesn't matter. Although if they approach with very high speed, that might be a problem, because then, you know, the car is clipped into another car, and then now the collision has to resolve and you get an explosion. So, you know, take it with a grain of salt. You might have to be a bit more clever. But yeah. What are you doing? I'm figuring out ways to Gumble. That's when you let it be content? Yeah, I think so. Okay, so we can do this. I think the button there should start the exercise, and it should pull from this one, but we need to still have, it's the Gumble compendium here. So when we click the on-click Gumble here, this should not be active slorb slot, an active slorb primary ability. This thing should happen after teaching the spell. When you click the spell, it should start up the Gumble teaching. So the active slorb slot should be passed on. So this here, private void teach Gumble. So this is when we actually teach it. And then we do a private. I think it had like the render UI or something, right? Which would be a public void as well. Public void render UI. Int slot slorb. And then we need to have the Gumble also. Active Gumble. Active slorb equals slorb. Slot. And active Gumble equals Gumble. There we go. So those are assigned. Right. Okay. So when I think here we don't do. Right, toggle new active UI this. Open UI. So we'll just do that. Open UI. Open UI, and then yank that there. Set that active, and then that would be toggled from here. Gumble teaching dot instance dot open UI active slorb. Oh, slot and Gumble. So then you open the UI there. Now it's open. We have the references we need. And then when we actually teach it, we assign it. But then we have to have the rendering of the Gumble. So here, when we toggle new active UI, we have to render the slorb, the Gumble. So we'll have to have a public, that's the UI parent. We have public slorb or Gumble object, is the actual Gumble UI. And when we set it here, and then here we render, which is the Gumble dot. Is there like a render one? Did I have like the Gumble object has? Oh, dot assign Gumble, which is the active Gumble. But does assign Gumble render? It doesn't, I assume. Okay, it does render. Do I call render elsewhere? Can I just make that private? Yeah, there we go. Less confusing now. Okay. I really love your character thing, Goid. It's really great. Who's Goid? My name is Goidel. Goidel if I. What the? Is it okay if I call you Baby Goid? Okay, that's a timeout, buddy. That's a timeout. That's too far, Miles. That's a timeout. Cross the line, buddy. So I've been getting these videos on YouTube of like, what's it called? Wait, it's not showing the screen. The YouTube video is not showing the screen. Why display? Yeah, it's not showing the screen. Why did no one say that? So you all just been watching the stream. Typical Miles watching the stream in vertical being like, oh yeah, everything's fine. Yep, looks normal to me. Okay, Miles, that's timeout. Put user in timeout for 5 minutes. There we go. I've had it with you, Miles. Why is my background noise shit-talking me? I'm not shit-talking you, Frosty. I was shit-talking the people watching on vertical on YouTube. Also, I found this place when I was in the UK. It's called Penis Stone Muse, which of course is the like there's an actual place called Penis Stone Muse. I saw a huge street sign for it. It's just a street name in Haworth. Penis Stone Muse. There it is, Penis Stone Muse. Legendary. Absolutely legendary. Anyway, so you open the UI and these are assigned. And then what would we have next? So when we private void or public void, right? Rather. Public void try teach Gumble, which I we'll see exactly. I forget how the callbacks on the speech challenge, right? That's what I called it. I think speech challenge is do I have a speech challenge controller? Forget how I set it up. Speech challenge controller, right? Okay. So we can maintain a reference to that one. We can just do that up here. New public speech challenge controller. Speech challenge. Oh, this would not be a speech challenge. This. Just have that here. Penis Stone. Imagine you're playing like Club Penguin, which has like the strictest chat filter ever. You just want to say that you're from Penis Stone. Perm banned instantly. Sucks to be you. Start capture. That's the one. And I think start capture has a max seconds parameter, right? So we need to configure the I mean, we could render like that could be part of the challenge, you know, saying it fast enough as well. So we have this and we could render like a little loading bar. We'll see. I could try to do a here. So the background can increase and we can pull that up. Because when you click this, it starts like the little bar or whatever. So UI, slider. Based Undertale. Did you guys know that Undertale was made in a basement sweatshop by a group of 30 Taiwanese school children? Yeah, I didn't know either. Beach slider. It's verified. Go on Politico, you'll see. Handle, no thank you. I always struggle with this. Ah, perfect. Okay, so the background. Paste component value. Oh. Slorp, you're alive. Yeah, I was on vacay, as they say. Going well. Matt Patricio. That's made famous from what is it, Mythbusters? No. Game Grumps. No. Game Facts. I forget. What's this show called? Game Truths. Yeah, that's the one. Game Theories. Now I remember. I knew it was something. That is just a theory. You guys ever watched Game Grumps? I never did. I heard they make YouTube videos though. But what do I know? That's just a theory. I ate a lot of Krispy Kreme donuts in the UK. I had like 4 of them. Penguin theory. I like penguin theories. And I saw Wicked in live musical in the UK. They did dancing and singing. It was crazy, I tell you. It was wicked. Reminds me of the wickedly talented Adele Dazeem. Who was not present, of course. It was a UK performance. They were all speaking British. All the Munchkins spoke British. Can you believe it? Hello, dear penguin comrade. Hello, Blue Wolf Dewey. Lady Gaga had a concert recently in Stockholm. Looked sick. I didn't know she was sick. My condolences. I'm good, Blue Wolf. Just using this as a debug value. Don't go and anyone who says like magic number. Let a dev use magic numbers for debug, please. Please. Yeah, Blue Wolf is old school. Blue Wolf is old school. I think it's just people who Turtle Hammer. What are you trying to imply here, Patricio? Are you gonna smash a turtle with a hammer? Shell break? Scary imagery. Try teach Gumble, time to capture. Right, so you start the capture, but then we need to start the slider here as well, which will run in update. Oh, I guess we have to have it as a, here, private, or not in, it's a private float. Record time left. And then also private float. Record time. Deltarune reference, yeah. My favorite boomer streamer, yeah. Because I bring the boom. Double chunk chocolate cookie. I get what you mean. So that we're the Costco guys. What are you working on? I'm working on Slorb Gleeble Gumble, which is the latest in Slorb Gleeble Gumble gameplay. Basically, you have Slorbs, and you're a Gleeble, of course, and you're teaching your Slorbs Gumbles by speaking them out. And then your Slorb will cast the Gumble, or Gumble the Gumble, by using the recorded voice clip that you spoke. But you don't know what the Gumbles do until your Slorbs actually Gumble the Gumbles. So that's the whole pitch of the game. Lord Gamble. Should the slider go up as you're recording it, or should it go down? I guess it should go down. We'll try it down. It's fine. Hello, kitty cat. Meow. El gato. But yeah, guys, maybe I'm the only person who's happy to say this, but I'm happy that GTA got delayed. I really am. That it is a golden opportunity for Penguin Springs. And I'm just stoked. See, it's good for all of the small devs. That shit will ruin any chance of release. Well, I don't think GTA does not compete with indies. I just do not see that being the case. You know, people said the same thing about Silk Song. They say
Blue to Wolf guy said, so you're working on Slaughter's Gamble Gomble, where Slaughter's Gumble. That's crazy. You know I was crazy once. They put me in a room, a rubber room.
A rubber room.
Rubber room
Rats.
with rats, and rats made me crazy.
Yep. I remember now. Yeah. This start capture routine. And there if past. I guess we can just do like the callback past. Gumble teaching dot instance dot on. We can just do like on failed on past. Hello Takido, welcome. So glad to have you here. They don't do like ternary operators for function calls, do they? Switch. I'm doing good, Takido. I'm doing swell, as the Brits would say. I'm back from a vacation in the UK. Born in the UK. I was Born in the UK. You guys know that song? By Spring Brewstein. Song about World War One. Song, anti-war song. On passed, on failed. On passed, just teach the Gumble. On
It's
failed.
like Patricio said. Freaking Dega, it's treating me as a cat boy and it's meowing at me. Pray for she.
Oh my god. It's treating me as a cat boy. Interesting. Isn't there like fix now? Isn't that what there's to do, and then there's usually like fix now or something like that. I don't know, usually it does highlighting, but I guess this one, maybe this... Yeah, it seems like this one doesn't do highlighting for to-dos. I used to have highlighting for to-dos. I'll have to do add highlighting. Born in the UK, I was born in the UK. Try to teach Gumble is this one. Shroom Groove Grabrase Goog Bleagle. Try without space. Oh. Nah. I think it's just the color scheme I'm using does not do to-do highlighting. I like this one though. It's like it's dark, but it's not too dark. And I do like it has this setting for like the inlining of types in a nice way. So like when I do var ability, it does like this inlining of the type like that, which I think is quite nice because I like using var. I'm a var kind of guy. And I know some people like to be explicit, but this gives you the explicitness without having to type out the full, you know, whatever. And also the highlighting of like the inputs here, ability count, level, you know, the parameters. Quite nice, quite nice. I just trying this. You know, I'm kind of a light scheme guy, but I don't like the blaring whites. I would like sepia toned ones, but I couldn't find any good sort of beige toned. But that's sort of where my heart is. Ah, yeah. See you later, Patricio. Senor Patricio. Oh, sí. Okay. Senor Patricio. Old senior. Okay, so this should work now. Let's see, we can also do this. Oh, guys, have you been watching the new Vince Gilligan show? It's Pluribus. Very cool show. recommend it. It's the first episode is out on Amazon Prime, but it's on Apple TV Plus or Apple TV, I guess they just call it now. It's not Apple TV Plus. But yeah, it's quite an interesting show. I don't know. He's saying he wants to do it 4 seasons. I don't know what he's gonna do to keep it interesting over 4 seasons, but first 2 episodes, I'm hooked. I think this is the kind of show you want to jump on early. Good discussions. It's the kind of show that leads to discussions. But I trust Vince Gilligan. Breaking Bad, Better Call Saul, both amazing shows. Better Call Saul, I would argue, in part, better than Breaking Bad. I mean, he what I like about him especially is he trusts in silence, which is not a common thing for like TV showrunners. He films far more filmically than any TV show I have seen in recent times, which I really enjoy. It's just like some shots, I mean, there's no audio, it's just silence, it's just, you know, the sounds of nature or the sounds of like whirring machines or whatever, and it's just like fixed and really plays with like the dark and light. This guy knows how to frame a shot. It's very good stuff. There, I think. And then we can do here. So let's just try this out and we'll see. So now it should be doing a comparison between the how would you go about hiding load screens? I feel like there are actually so many load screens and it makes not very fluid. Just doing a level-based Pong. I mean, you can do async additive scene loading. So if you have a bunch of levels, are you doing a level-based Pong? Because then you would do load level async and additive. So additive scene loading. Basically, additive scene loading lets you load scenes into the current, like, I don't even know what they call like the top. Is it like additive scenes are loaded into scenes, right? So you'd have like a master scene. So like I'm in sample scene, which I haven't renamed, but let's say you have a scene, you call it master scene or like game or whatever. In that scene, you'd additively load in the other levels. And you would do this, I don't know, sometime before the player has won the other level, or you would do it like while they're playing the current level or whatever. So you'd always have like, you know, 2 levels loaded at once, and then you can just like, as you switch out, as you remove the current one and jump to the next one, you'd start instantly loading the next one, because I'm assuming in Pong the levels aren't going to be huge. So you would just do asynchronous scene loading, asynchronous and additive scene loading. That way you don't have to have any loading screens of any kind. Yeah, no, so it's but I mean, you know, my approach, and I'm not sure if this works for your game, but my approach would be to try to not have scenes at all. If that's possible for you, that would probably be the best scenario. But I mean, scenes are still probably nice, and with additive scene loading, it's gonna be fine. But you just have to ensure that you're doing that switching neatly, right? But like many times, it could be easier to just have it all in one scene and think more about how you can just use the one scene. But I'm assuming maybe you have like some huge different like visual varieties or something. But even then, I mean, you could hot switch out like the post-processing effects stuff with like prefabs. And do that quite like, and then you can even do like blending across levels. In cool ways, but you could even do that with additive scenes too. I don't know. I'm just spitballing. I mean, the additive scene loading approach is fine, and I mean, it's a workflow preference, right? There's no wrong or right way to do it. It's just how I would do it, and I think it's a more data-driven approach to think of the scene as being a place where data flows in and out, as opposed to being, you know, a place where these prefabs, these preset levels flow in and out, which is the scene-based approach. Donk Agweeb Schwoon. Oh. Shit, I just closed the UI. Hell yeah. At least it's sort of working. This one shouldn't call anything. Spell teaching. Close. Wait, is close? Okay. Weird. Try teach Gumble. Closes it. Wait, where is it called from? Did I click close? Oh yeah, okay. They just have huge hitboxes. But use sprite mesh, I guess. Wait, oh shit. Okay, let's check this out. Group Azum Fium. Okay, I mean, it gets that. I just need to change the speech challenge controller should take an input for the text. So the capture routine should start capture here should have an input of string reference text, and then what is it? Target word. Don't I have like a name? Language. Language dictionary dot instance dot. Or I guess it's just the Gumble. Gumble name. That's the one. Group Azum Fium. Group Azum Fium. Group Azum Fium. Group Azum Fium. I'm so close. it's still so far away. Grub azum fium. God damn it. But I mean, we need to, okay, so what we need to do is, I mean, it's working now. It's just not, it's not a good spell to practice on. We'll try this one. Wait. Grub agwib fium. No, that's stonk crew shroom. That's gonna work. Stonk crew shroom. That's a fail? The similarity is 0.73. Oh, it's 75. The passing threshold is 0.5. I had it like at an impossible like 75. Okay, yeah, sure. I don't know if the sample rate being higher would help, but then we'll just have some animation playing as the slorb is sort of like tilting its head like, huh? I don't understand what you're saying. God damn it. Okay, let's go up to this slorb fella. We just need to disable this one. Man, I really need to use the toilet. Wait, which one? Stonk Shuvuk Bublem. Donk Agwib Shwoom. That one's gonna work. Donk Agwib Shwoom. Pass! It learned it! Yes, yes! It worked. This is revolutionary, guys. This is... We just made slorb history. We did it. Now... I think these audio files, I'm saving them, right? I'm saving them. Somewhere these are being written to. Yeah. Look, I expected donk ag weeb shwoom, got donk ag h weeb shwoom. And the similarity was 85%. And if it's above 50% similarity, I pass it. But yeah, I passed. And it's written to here, so we can go to the actual file. And we can listen to it. But then we should be able to load it as well. So we have the writing of the wave file, but we could actually load it later as well. But there's a bunch of audio files here. I think this is the latest one. Donk agweep shwoom. How does it understand? It's using the basically, I mean, words, the way written language works is that we write letters and those letters correspond to things called phonemes. And so phonemes correspond to tongue placements in the mouth and the sounds that you make with basically your vocal cords. So like the way that the mouth is open and the way that the tongue is placed in the mouth, those two things produce phonemes. And so the OpenAI model Visemes. Yeah, Visemes. Making them the visual equivalent of phonemes, yeah. But Visemes are not, I don't think that's what they're using for phoneme is the sound, Viseme is facial expression. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like it corresponds to like mouse placements done produce phonemes, right? But the idea is then that words as they are written, you can write words phonetically, but what OpenAI has done, and they did this before they went commercial, friggin' hog wild crazy, they made this AI model called Whisper, which basically transcribes audio over into phonemes, so phonetics, and then from phonetics into words, because extracting phonetics is, you know, it's not an easy thing to do, but it's far more trivial to extract from like audio to phonetics, right? Because you like E is a specific phonetic, you know, another one, and K. But transcribing from those to then written words is a different thing. But that's what I had to do here, because there are many like speech to text models, but they will basically hard transcribe your words to real words, because it's a far more difficult challenge to transcribe from phonetics to written word without respecting sort of, I guess, while ignoring the existing English language, essentially, or whatever language it is you're trying to transcribe in phonetics into. But this is OpenAI's model allows you to deal with words that this model has never encountered before by doing some black magic in the background. Yeah, this Whisper is a model that is multilingual, so it can handle, you know, given a specific data set, it can handle any sort of language, really. And it even has multilingual data sets, so it can just run on the same data set and handle multiple languages by just via parameter. Essentially, you say this is English spoken language, and it's like, okay, yeah, I can deal with that. But yeah, these this model uses and yeah, it runs on the locally on the computer, so there's no networking that has to be done. It runs quite efficiently too, and while it's running, I'm able to just animate the slorb a little bit, so it's like, you know, tilting its head back, like, you know, it's like listening, and in reality it's just running the computation asynchronously in the background. And then I can pop up with, like I painted here, a little question mark where it's like, huh, I don't understand, or a light bulb like, aha, I understood the spell, and now it's in the slot there. And then I have all the audio files right here, except it seems like it's because it's the microphone I'm capturing is not the microphone per se. It's actually capturing my stream audio, so it's capturing the music as well. You can see here. I was trying to see. Yeah, you see there it had like a freaking group zoom film. Yeah, beautiful. But yeah, basically what we need to do now is, so this is stored in the slorb now, and we can teach it this one as well, so we can try to stonk a zoom fume. Let's see if we can get close enough. Stonk a zoom fume. Oh, that's a pass. Okay, so now it has both the slots occupied. And these are both corresponding to different spells. And if we were to put this slorb into battle, it would now use these 2 spells because these are assigned to look at the actual, and these are randomly generated spells too. Ah shit, it crashed. Yeah, I don't know if it's the model or what is causing these crashes. I think I didn't save, so we might have lost some references, maybe even the UI, we'll see. Although we do have the, I think Unity produces these recovery scenes now, so it like stores the scene in memory. I don't know what causes the crashes. I think it might be graphical. We'll see. I'll go in there and then maybe I'll just fetch it from the recovery scene. It's nice that it does create recovery scenes though, because so far I haven't had an issue with losing too much work. I generally am quite good at saving. No, it gives you the option to keep the recovery, so you can just say yes or no. But we'll see. Okay, it kept the UI there, so I think that's all that matters, really. I think that was the only big thing. The rest was all back-end scripting stuff. Yeah, it looks like it's all there. Okay, sweet. I'm just gonna use the men's room. I'll just be right back. But then we'll try to see if we can't... A lot of crashes lately. It's just been hot reload being bad. Yeah, I've had those too, but that's usually when I'm editing scripts, not like when I'm running a scene, like I'm in the scene just playing. It usually doesn't do that stuff. But yeah, we'll try to do the loading of the audio files. So we'll load up the wave files and try to see if we can have them actually say them as they cast their spells. I'll need to do a little bit more manual editing because the recordings, as you heard, they can come prepended or appended with silence. So we'll need to do like some sort of wave analysis there just to see that we're capturing relevant data. I think we'll just, you know, look at where is it being spoken, where is it not, and then slice from there. Because I'm just greedily saving the entire thing. Like here. Although that one's fine, but we'll see this one. Although maybe I did address this already. I don't know. These are beautiful recordings. But yeah, we'll try to teach Slorb in battle and then spawn in another one, and we'll see if it can cast the spells. Or I guess I could have a command to just say like cast the spell. I think I could do that, and I just need to have in the callback on past, I guess a pass to the audio file on past. I just send like, because that's like the expected result of a passing recording test is a file path. Like that's the output, really. Okay, I'll be right back. Men's room, here I come. Sorry, I was on the loo. And then I decided that I needed coffee. And then I decided that I also needed a sausage roll. And then I decided, I'm back. Hey, yo, what's up, Guffley? What's up? Okay. What an adventure. Yeah. That's one way to put it. Yeah. You could say that again. Yep. Yep. You know it, Guffley. You said it best. Anyway, back from the UK. As you should know, Guffley. I saw so many Gregs. I went to Haworth, and I was wondering all the time, I wonder where the Gregs is. Turns out there was none. They said it was apparently historical street or something. And so they couldn't build a Greg's there. I don't know. Very weird. London was nice. I was in I lived in Kentish Town, which is just north of Camden Town. For those of you who are not familiar, of course, I'm a Londoner now. I take the bus, I take the tube. I walk past Greg's. I don't go in, but I see it and I walk past it. I was gonna have Greg's on my last day, but I opted for McDonald's because I wanted to have their heist menu, their world heist menu. We don't have McDonald's in Iceland, but they do have McDonald's in London, though. It's quite amazing. Ow. Kent. Yeah, Kentish Town. Yeah. In the north. It was kind of a scuffed area, you know, Kentish Town. I guess, you know, they call it cultured area, perhaps. A lot of trash. But Camden, I enjoyed. Camden Market, Camden Town was a nice area to walk around in. A lot of things, the stores had like big statues on the walls. Pretty cool. Kentish Town was a bit rougher. But I stayed right outside of it. It's like the Kentish Town, like the street. Honestly, it's more posh and clean in the north than the south. Yeah, I didn't spend much time in the south. I spent time in Soho one day. It doesn't interest me to walk around where there's, you know, like you have entire streets in Soho where there's nothing but like, you know, fashion stores, and it all just feels super gentrified and like way too clean. It's like it all feels fake, and it's like the only people who walk around here are either like super rich people So that stuff doesn't interest me so much. So I much prefer the messier parts. But it's like, I don't know. I like Portobello Road. Portobello Road is nice, but even that, I mean, even though it's like super messy and cool, it also makes you question, like, I don't know how many Brits actually go there. Like, do Brits go to Portobello Road, or is that seen as like a touristy thing? I don't think it's touristy. No. Yeah. So that's like genuine. No, I don't know. It's it warps your perspective because you don't know what's touristy. But definitely Soho. Like, there are parts of Soho that that are nice, but like, yeah, the huge streets with just all the stores, like all the fashion stores, it just doesn't interest me. You know, you have like H&M and friggin' Prada and all these like name brands and whatever. It's, I don't know, it doesn't speak to me at all. But like the, you know, the bus in Chinatown can be quite cool, but even there it's like, it somehow feels artificial. But I know there's obviously Londoners who probably go there too and enjoy it, but it's like, I feel like the messiness of stuff like Camden and even Kentish Town is nicer. I think for like nicer areas, the ones that I spent in that felt a bit nicer was like Islington or something. I quite liked it there. Victoria is also quite pretty, but I mean, that feels like, some parts feel like they're nice looking just because, you know, they're maintaining what do you say, they're trying to maintain some sort of visual style, like Buckingham Palace or whatever. Like there's like cultural things they want to maintain, like keep the parks nice, whatever, keep the arches and things. These are like tourist monuments that you want to maintain. Those I don't feel so, you know, off about. But places like, yeah, you're walking on, what is it, Oxford? No, it's not Oxford Street. That one's also quite choppy, I guess. But yeah, they're nicer areas, but they feel a bit more genuine than Soho. Like Soho feels a bit, you have like the M&M store, you have the Lego store, all these big shops, which is like, all they're trying to do is peddle some, you know, touristy experience. I was at Burger King when, what's his name? Actor in Hot Fuzz, lead. He was there. He did a red carpet for Running Man. I saw him, took a photo. Not with him, but of him. Creep style. Out the window from Burger King. But I think if I'd spent more time, I probably would have went further out from the center. I spent mostly, you know, zone 1 and 2. Yeah, I mean, I went South Bank was about as south as I went. I didn't really do much there. I went, yeah, Borough Market, which was nice. I had delicious oysters there. I was surprised because it's interesting when you go to like Camden Market, people are shouting at you, screaming like, "Here, have this fried chicken sample," and it's the same fried chicken sample at every single whatever curry place it is. It's like the Indian curry place and the Malaysian curry place and the Thai curry place, and they all have the same damn fried chicken, all of them. And I don't know how many fried chicken samples I had, but they were all delicious. But at the end of the day, I mean, they're all screaming at you. But you go to Borough Market and it's way more chill. Feels like they're a lot more selective with what stalls they have there. I was surprised because I thought Borough Market was going to be the same thing as Camden with food stalls, but it felt like they were actually a bit more selective about who goes there. But I had delicious oysters there. And I had the, what are they called? The produce, turnips. I had their chocolate strawberries that I had to Google it because I was like, are these chocolate strawberries a tourist trap? Because it feels like they are, you know, because you see them in other places. But apparently they said, you know, it is pricey, but it's worth it because it's both high quality chocolate and high quality strawberries. And so I had them, and I have to agree, they were high quality strawberries and very high quality chocolate. Right, Wave Reader. Yeah, no, I heard, I don't know. I heard that Borough Market used to be a lot more of a produce market, but then as tourists and influencers came along, shifted more and more to just food stalls. And I always become wary of places that cater more and more to tourists, but it felt like there was at least some level of quality control. And even though the prices were a bit, you know, on the higher end, or like what you'd expect from a market, the quality was there to back it up, I felt. Which is all that matters to me. Because I'm no stranger to expensive things here in Iceland. I will say that. Yeah. No, it doesn't feel like an everyday market. It's not like, I felt like at Camden you could probably get some good ones. But again, it's so many of those places are like, I mean, it's street food, and it's not the street food that is like super impressive. And some of them have like too high prices, and they're just doing the flashy tourist trap stuff. Yeah, I think that's what I need. But yeah, the British Museum, very nice. Like that. A very nice one. I think, yeah, seeing Wicked in theater in the Apollo Victoria Theater, very nice. I had in Islington, it was a Chinese restaurant I went to that was really good. And then it's just nice, like taking the buses. The public transport system is great. It's just nice to, you know, during the day, you know, to just be able to walk to the underground or walk to a bus station and not even have to consider when the buses arrive or when they leave or whatever. You just hop on. And with the underground, the way that the markings are, the signage is so intuitive that you don't even have to look like a map. Basically, it feels like you can just follow the signs and so easily get around. That's nice. Yeah, I don't think you need to. I mean, if you're living in London, you shouldn't get a car. Obviously, you should not get a car. The map is famous since you can follow it even though it's completely abstracted. Yeah. And I like that the tube stuff doesn't use numbers for the names of the lines. In Sweden, in Gothenburg specifically, it's just colors and numbers. But calling it like the Northern Line, the Victoria Line, the Central Line. Everyone being so impersonal? No. I didn't. I mean, no, I didn't. I mean, that maybe on the street, sure, people on the street, but in the stores, they were all quite friendly. I guess on the buses they you know, but it's also nobody wants to get into any trouble, I guess, so you don't want to make eye contact with the wrong guy and get punched in the face for doing it. Whereas it feels like the reason for not making eye contact in Iceland and Sweden is because we're all just socially inept. Whereas it feels like in London, it's just probably a bit more hostile, and you just don't want trouble. That's at least the vibe I was getting. When you're a Londoner in public, you see everyone as your enemy. Yeah. That's the vibe I was getting. I wasn't, you know, in Iceland, Sweden, Norway, whatever, everyone's more reserved. They're like, it would get awkward if we spoke. It's not like if I spoke to you, you would get hostile. It's more like it would just be awkward. So let's not. The only guy I spoke to on the street was a guy from Tennessee at the oyster stand. Oh, and actually another guy from the US. But yeah, the guy from Tennessee, he ordered 10 oysters and finished them quicker than I could finish my 2. He said he'd been going to this oyster stand in Borough Market every single day of the week to have his breakfast. And this day was his last, and that's why they gave him a bunch of free oysters. I mean, I will say that the shopkeepers are far more what do you say? Open than any shopkeeper you'd ever find here in Iceland, and the same goes for Sweden. And they're like, I was in Boots or something, or Superdrug, and they're like, did you know that in Superdrug our motto is actually keeping prices as low as possible for our customers? Because I was buying one thing, and he said that you can actually buy this for 3 and it will actually be cheaper than just buying 1. And I said, no, I mean, I'm packing a bag here. I don't need all that space. Okay, are you sure? Because in Superdrug, it is our motto. And it's like, you would never, ever have anyone ever saying that, like, this is the company motto or whatever. And everyone's always wearing a headset in every single store. Walking around with a headset doing like 10 tasks at a time, and they're all talking to each other. Whereas in Iceland, you hardly even see the employees speaking to each other. We hate it when people speak to us in shops, but they're so like they're so happy to speak to people. They're always so happy. It's very American. I also like it. I enjoy it. But I was shocked to see how prevalent it is in the UK. Speaking to someone when you have no reason to. Yeah, I mean, but that's the thing in the US I really like. And I think many Americans like it too. I think the Slorb primary ability should not be defined as. But it's also, I mean, they will also say the how do you do thing as like a greeting, but there it's also like they're not even expecting a answer back sometimes. They're like, oh, how do you do? You don't say good. You just sort of carry on the conversation like, oh, hello. Walking inside with shoes on? Yeah, that's weird stuff. Yeah, they have hardwood floors, but then also some of them have a lot of carpet, like whole floor carpet. Tipping culture? Yeah, in the US. I mean, now they have like, you go to a bar or whatever and it's like built-in tipping. It's like, before I even got the service, they expect me to tip. Yeah, it's weird stuff, dude. But yeah, those headsets I was very confused about, because that's not a thing at all. Like, even in a small town, a small village in in the UK, you just see these people at convenience stores, whatever, headsets, doing like parallel orders. They're taking online orders and the local orders, and it's just friggin' weird. And there's like so many people working at the same time. They're all busy just running around, super stressed. But you go to anywhere in Iceland and everyone's just the laziest ever. They just take their time, super chill, and they don't want to talk to you. Yeah, high trust society. Yeah, I hate the fact that I have to feel like I'm looking around, scanning, need to see like who's walking towards me, who's walking behind me, how am I holding my bag, and you're always just doing like threat assessments and like, what are they saying to me? Someone asks me to take a picture of them. Are they asking me to take a picture because you want me to like stand in a vulnerable position so you can pickpocket me? Or like, you know, in Iceland, it's not at all like that. This is how it is in the UK. That's the vibe I was getting there. In London, in Iceland, it's I could leave my bike out on the street and no one's gonna take it. I've left my bike over a weekend unlocked, middle of the downtown in Iceland. It wasn't stolen. Okay. Yeah, and that's, you know, while I enjoy, you know, the people screaming at me at the markets in Camden to like, oh, you have to try this sample, try this sample. The moment I do try the sample, they just enter this freaky, like, salesman, whatever mode, and it's, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, but there are a lot of, I think, you know, when you have an open society like that, once you start getting people who want to take advantage of that fact, that's when things start to deteriorate. And I don't know if there's any coming back from that. Like, I think, you know, I don't think that having a low crime, whatever society is ever a long-term possibility anywhere. But I think it's mostly about accountability, right? When antisocial behavior flies and is accepted, that's when the downward spiral starts. When you can have people who are like freaking I don't know, walking around on a Sunday morning, like drunk, blasted, whatever, weird, stumbling about, you know, puking on the street, and the police just don't care. No one cares. It's just like, oh, that's just everyday stuff. That's when like you get this deterioration and just like weird antisocial behavior just becomes the norm, and then, you know, no one feels shame for their actions. Because I feel like that's the thing with like a lot of salesman stuff is like when they're trying to sell you whatever, like if they're selling you an item and they're trying to like haggle and reel you in and do all these weird sales tactics to get you to buy the stuff, that feels kind of antisocial to me. Because it is a weird thing. It's like, it's not a human interaction anymore. You're treating me like a commodity and not like a person. And I feel like that's why that stuff doesn't fly so well in Sweden. Like, you know, the whole haggling culture is not really... Yeah, scamming is also like, that's also anti-social behavior. I mean, it's like... I'm not saying about like, there's a difference between like haggling and the whole like haggling as a means to almost scam someone in a sense. And like, but I know it exists, but it's like many things have existed for a very long time, but that doesn't mean that they should continue existing. And I feel like the whole idea of salesmen and convincing someone who is like an unwilling customer that really this is something for them, they end up spending their money and they end up feeling bad about having spent their money just because they felt like they were convinced and willed into making a purchase they shouldn't have made in the first place. Like, I feel like that is a weird thing. And that sort of idea has a lot of overlap with like haggling culture. Groob Aguib. Oh, right. I need to link up. That's the one thing that didn't save. But yeah, I mean, you know, the only people who would scam you in Sweden are people selling like secondhand stuff online or whatever. Yeah, I don't think sellers want to rip you off. They don't. It doesn't, you don't get that vibe. And that's why when you go into a store, you don't get like this corporate pitch. Like, you don't get someone saying like, it's actually our motto here at Superdrug to always give our customers the lowest prices. Like, what? That's just, why are you saying this? You're not speaking like a person to me. You're speaking like some corporate shill. This is very weird. And that's why I'm saying like antisocial behavior, because there is human communication and there's corporate sales communication. Yeah. No, but that's, I just, just give me a price and get it over with. And it's only gotten worse with the birth of the internet and the sort of mainstreaming of the internet, I should say. It was okay for a while, but like these days you go into a record store and the guy who owns the record shop, he doesn't have to know squat about the value of records. He just puts in the name of the record and the year it was made and the country it was produced in on Discogs, and he finds the exact value of it. And now it's not even like the art of finding a deal doesn't even exist. He just looks it up, sets the price, so you're never even getting a deal in the first place. The market value is already there. So haggling is like so insanely boring and uninteresting to me, because there's like, haggling can only be interesting when it exists in the space of an unknown. When you don't truly know the value of what's being sold and what's being bought, like you as a seller aren't sure about what the value is, you as a buyer aren't sure what the value is, and you're trying to find common space ground, that could be interesting. But when we're talking about now, like every single good exists for a given price, which is easily Googleable on the internet. Haggling is no longer interesting. But that, I mean, it only gets worse though when we're talking about like more complex things, like like a car. It's a bit rusty. It's got like faulty brakes or whatever, and like maybe the gearbox makes like a weird sound or whatever when you shift gears. Like then you're in the unknown again, because it's like, how do you put a price on that? But again, most people when they sell a car don't think about that. They yeah, but not faulty brakes like it's gonna freaking crash into a wall, but more like faulty brakes because they're like a bit slow or whatever. Maybe you're buying like an old school car and it's like the brakes aren't what they used to be. Stonk a zoom fleam. Okay, nice. Now we need to add in another slorb. Okay, let's see here. I don't know. Can I just plop down another slorb? Is it gonna spawn it in for the right team? Or do I move this slorb in? I just duplicate him. No. They do understand me, yeah. No, yeah, I don't know. The commodification of information is good, but it's also horrible. Wait, maybe I could use... there's a use random ability, I think. Public void use random gumbo. Hi, Pepsi. Vad säger du? Pepsi came and meowed at me. Harald. Huh? Adlin. Okay, we'll try this. We're gonna see it should be using the audio now, so we're gonna just recompile and give this fella a try. If it uses the audio, this is revolutionary. You guys aren't ready for this. No, but yeah, it's the only times you can find good deals on secondhand stuff is never at the stores that actually sell the secondhand stuff you're looking for. It's at those sort of Goodwill, what's it called? Savior, what's it called? The Red Cross stores, where it's like just people who get it as trash, and everyone who's working there is very old. They can't bother to Google the stuff because they're no longer greedy. They're at the age where they're beyond greed, and they just slap a value on it. They're like, oh, this looks shiny. $5. Real value, 500. That's where you make the deals. But you don't go into a CD store and expect the guy who's selling the CDs to give you a good price. No, because he knows exactly down to the cent how much that CD is worth. Stifty Brassig Fium. Pass. Okay, great. And then the second one. Donk Aguib Fleem. That's a pass. That's a pass. Okay. You're going to use your abilities now, Slorb. And you're going to make a sound, okay? You ready? Shit. It would have worked. It would have worked. It just doesn't find the audio. Needs to do that at the here. Okay. I need to recompile once more. Yeah, no, it's sad. I often mourn the death of the bargain bin. It is a shame. But I don't know if you guys ever went like CD shopping, but it's absolutely ruined. You can't. Sometimes even at these Goodwill stores, they'll still Google the name of the record. You can't find stuff for cheap anymore. You just can't. You're not gonna find like Sgt. Pepper by the Beatles vinyl UK pressing at a price that is under like market value. You're just not. At that point, you might as well buy a fresh press, because it's going to be cheaper than the damn prices they slap on these things. Okay, let's go. Let's slorb it up. Donk Agagweeb Gwim. That's a pass. Okay. Let's do Stonk Agweeb Fleem. That's a pass. That's a pass. Okay. Time for him to use his Slorbian abilities. Shit. Play clip at point. Object reference not set to an insistent object. Which one is not set to index? Is it the... I'm assuming it's the clip. No. Yeah. Audio ID. That's the problem. We're not reading the audio ID. Try this. Shit. Audio file not found. Okay, I mean, it reads the file name. Wait. So it's almost there. Audio ID equals... Oh, shit. Everything going well, yes. Wait, how do you, what is it, a trim? What's the trim end? Remove substring ends with, and then remove. Okay, yeah. If audio ID dot ends with wave, then but the problem is like ends with and remove does not guarantee we're not removing it in the middle of the string. Remove amount of characters string. C#. Wait, start index. Right, okay. Stupid me forgetting arithmetics. So the audio ID dot length minus 4, and then we remove 4. Oh, would it just remove it at... It would just remove until the end then, I guess. File not found. Okay, wait, but that should be there. Although it's using... the file path is... with backward slashes there, so we need to replace backward slash. Audio ID equals... This is non-destructive, like when you replace and stuff. Because it's immutable. Audio ID dot replace. Wait. Backward slash char. But I want to replace backward slash in string. Ah. No. But I guess that's, or is that for yeah, okay, it has like the backward slash at the end there. Is that part of the audio database here? Like that doesn't have, then we go into speech audio. Yeah, audio folder. That's the problem. The path dot combine. Should not be Oh yeah, it's it doesn't really do anything right now. So don't do it. I would say it used to work like a month ago, but I haven't gotten to it. Oh, metadata path is... Wait, is it? You can try to use it for sure, but... Rich boy over here. Oh, hell yeah. Finally some good music. Not the garbage they play on the radio. Mirror never lies still quiet. Yeah, I know. I need to teach him the damn gumble. Stonk crew fleam. Okay, that's a pass. Stonk bangle booblem. That's a pass, okay. Now use your ability, Slorb. Okay, it has the right path now. So if I put this in, would this not find a path? No. Oh. Wait, but it's saving it just in Slorb Weeble Gumble, not in speech audio. Let's see. That could be the issue then. With writer. That's the problem. Plus, and speech audio. We'll teach him again. Stonk crew fleam. Oh, I failed. Stonk crew fleam. That's a pass. That's a pass. Donk Shuvuk Quim. That's a pass. Okay. Donk Shuvuk Quim. He used it. Look, look, look. Look, look. This is revolutionary, guys. He's gonna use it. He's gonna use it. Stonk crew fleam. He sounds like a slorb. Donk Shuvuk Quim. He sounds just like me. He sounds just like me. Donk Shuvuk Quim. He sounds just like me. Donk Shuvuk Quim. I made him. Stonk Fleam. He sounds just like me. It's beautiful. Oh, my boy, my baby boy, he can speak. Oh, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. When's the first public post going to be for Slorb? When I have them speaking the things. I want to have a clip of me teaching the spell and them using the spell on each other and speaking. And then I can have like 100 Slorbs and they're all like blah, 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 all at once. It should almost be done. I'm gonna change so it has different pitch. Ah, shit. Pitch equals random dot range, and we'll do like it could be cool if I could do like some post-processing effect on the clip itself beyond just pitching it, but I don't know what I would want to do to it, but maybe just pitching is enough. But we'll try it like this. Because this should, we're gonna see exactly what it does here. And I think also I need to have yeah, so it runs the Gumble and then it plays here. We'll see. We'll see here. Slorp, gleeble, gumble. I mean, I could probably also do that, like a post-processing thing is if I find the silence between the words. So if I say slorp, gleeble, gumble, I could just be slorp, gleeble, gumble, you know, like splice them together a bit. I don't know how easy that would be, but it could be something to consider, like as post-processing. So there isn't like slorp, gleeble, gumble. I don't know. Maybe that's part of the fun, to let people play around with it. I don't know. It cuts out the silence. It should be cutting out the silence at the start, but maybe people want to have like freaking weird silence pauses for their spells, so it sounds funny. Okay. That should work. Let's just go speak to our little Slorb and teach him some new spells. But then I just need to because right now they get stored in here. I guess against the AI, it has to be text-to-speech, right? Or should they not be speaking? Should they just be making, like, weird sounds? Or should it be... I don't know. Donk aguib quim. That's a pass. With Stifty Shuvuk Quim. Oh, shit. Stifty Shuvuk Quim. Just regular weird sounds? Yeah, I think so too. Okay. But it's cool because the voice thing is actually working. Like, it's actually... I'm just trying to position my camera in a way that... God damn it. I'm too close to him. I don't... There we go. Okay.
Stifty Shuvuk Quim.
That's beautiful.
Donk Aguib Quim. Donk Aguib Quim. Donk Aguib Quim.
You should wait a bit longer to use his spell, I think. But that's beautiful, man. That's beautiful.
Stifty Shuvuk Quim.
You add some reverb to that, make it sound like it's a bit more natural, like it has some space. And you got a stew cooking. You got a stew cooking. You could change it midway through, yeah. You mean like for the final effect or something? Because you could generate markers for where the separate words are, technically. You could mark that, timestamp it. Well, the speed, so the problem with like speed and pitch is as you slow down, you lose information. And so generally when people slow down, they pitch it down, or to shorten something, you pitch it up. And so to do like infill with like maintaining pitch is quite difficult as far as like audio post-processing goes. But I know there are some like synthesizers that like do infill with like pitches in between the drawn out audio. I mean, I guess it can have a bit more, you know, because it doesn't have to sound exactly like a person. I guess it's supposed to sound like a slorb. And then we're gonna say var initial delay is equals to the, would be the gumble source dot clip dot length divided by gumble source dot pitch. That would be the actual time of the entire thing, but then we'd subtract that and say initial delay minus equals 0.9 or 0. So we remove, so we start 10% or even 2% early. There we go. So now we have an initial delay relating to the actual like pitch. I'm gonna try even higher pitch and just see the vibe of that. So here goes nothing. But then I want to see an actual fight between two slorbs using my voice. So I'm gonna make like, I'm gonna put down two slorbs and then I'm gonna add like a method to like start the fight, you know. So it just auto assigns team to the slorbs in the scene or something. Or like assigns the teams to the active slorbs. Stifty Aguib Fleem. That's a pass. But when I say that's a pass, the AI, the background model is actually giving it the pass. Donk Bangle Fleem. That's a pass. It thought it said, I thought I said Donk Bagel Fleem. Okay, here we go.
Donk Bangle Fleem. Donk Bangle Fleem.
That's beautiful, man. I don't think it's quite the range I want it to be. I think 1.6 to 1.8 maybe.
Stifty Aguib Fleem. Stifty Aguib Fleem.
The attack animation has to be a bit longer as they're speaking out the spell, I guess.
Donk Bangle Fleem. Donk Bangle Fleem. Donk Bangle Fleem. Donk Bangle Fleem. Stifty Aguib Fleem.
That's pretty good. I like this. It's giving Fleam.
Donk Bangle Fleam.
But you see here, we can switch it out. So he's using the Fleam, which is slime. We can do the Shroom, which is a bullet, I guess. Stifty Shuvuk Shroom. Okay, let's see how this sounds. It's too many Fleam.
Stifty Shuvuk Shroom.
That's epic.
Stifty Shuvuk Shroom.
Now that's epic.
Stifty Shuvuk Shroom.
See, I knew it was a projectile because I speak the language. You see, I speak the language of Slorb. A Fleam is a slime attack, but the Shroom is a projectile attack because I speak
Shuvuk Shroom.
I speak the language.
Donk Bangle Fleam.
I know my way around. I've been around this island. I know every single person who lives on this island. John Pork, famous John Pork, sells all the Gumble Gobs. And then my trusty Slorb, he knows two Gumbles. Two Gumbles I've taught him. The Shroom and the Fleam. He used to know two Fleams. But now he only knows the one Fleam. Yeah, the Shroom, it's pretty good. It's pretty good Shroom. Like, you think you've seen every Shroom there is, but look at this.
Donk Bangle Fleam.
No, that's a Fleam. Use the Shroom. Use the Shroom.
Stifty Shuvuk Shroom.
Ooh, good job.
Donk Bangle Fleam. Stifty Shuvuk Shroom.
Oh my god. This is beautiful. Okay, let's make the actual first Slorb fight. So I'll have this Slorb. I'll teach them both spells, I guess. And have them be on opposing teams. I don't know if they're going to start fighting each other instantly. I think they might. Sorry. I don't think... Actually, they probably won't. What is the game even about? So basically, you're... it's called Slorb Gleeble Gumble. You're a Gleeble, right? And you have Slorbs. And the Slorbs, you teach them Gumbles. And basically, you don't know what the Gumbles do, but you know how to read the Gumble. So you read the Gumble to the Slorb, and then the Slorb will Gumble the Gumble. And you try to win as many Slorb battles as possible with the Gumbles. And then you'll earn money, which allows you to buy new Gumble Gobs. So you go to the arena here, the Slorb arena, where you can fight different Slorbs with who teach the Gumbles. And then John Pork sells you Gumble Gobs. But they use your voice to gumble the Gumbles. Makes sense? Just like Pokemon? No. All the Gumbles are randomly generated. You do not know what the Gumbles do until your Slorbs have gumbled your Gumble. It is only when they gumble the Gumble that you know what the Gumble does. However, the language of the Gumble Gobs is consistent, and you can know what the language of the Gumble Gobs mean by teaching your slorbs enough gumbles. So do not confuse this with Pokemon, or as I like to call it, pocket monsters. Or as I also like to call it, pocket crap. Do not confuse the two. They are wildly different. Hot takes? I say it like it is. I say it like it is. And I don't care if I get canceled. That's just how I am. Understood? Okay, good. Cancel me all you want. It's just my stupid opinion. It's not a stupid opinion. It's a smart opinion. It's true. Oh, see you around, Guffley. Have a good one. Yeah, see you tomorrow. Fun idea. Hey, I'm glad you like it, Nick. You don't know the meme? Sorry, I don't do internet culture. I'm too sophisticated. Last meme I saw was ceiling cat. I can has cheeseburger. Now those were memes. Remember long cat? That cat was long as heck. Isn't there like a unique or something? What is it called? Distinct. Who the heck uses the word distinct? Unique. I guess I need to, this is just a debug method, guys, so don't come at me. Guess GameStop 4. Slorps, not where. There. I think that's it. Oh, we have to say that. Wait. Equals new team. Okay. Cool. Need to add the tag. Orb. Okay, and one is team 0, one is team 1. And now, if we go and teach these fellas, they should attack each other after we have called this. Oh. Context menu, guys. Amazing feature. It's not actually an amazing feature, but it's very useful. It would have been nice if they just had like a built-in implementation for like adding buttons to your inspector. I know you can do it with the freaking what's it called, OB bullshit inspector, or maybe naughty attributes, but I heard that the what's it called, the inspector one, makes Unity run like garbage, which is the main reason I've not been interested in using it. Odin inspector, yeah. And I heard they have like a whatever royalty fee or something. I'm just not interested. That's too rich for my blood. Stifty Azum Bublem. That's a pass, okay. Stifty Brazig Fium. Oh, they added that later? Greedy bastard. Yeah. I mean, I probably would, but context menu is just fine enough for me. Stifty Aguib Fleem. I feel like this is super reliable. I like this. Stonk Bangle Fleam. And it forces you to have to say it like relatively correct, which is all that matters to me. That's what I care about, at least. Maybe that's different for other people, but...
Stonk Bangle Fleam.
Dude, they're doing it.
Shifty Azul Shifty Agrid Fleam.
It's working! They're alive!
Shifty Azul Bublem. Stonk Bangle Fleam. Shifty Razid Fium. Stonk Bangle Fleam. Shifty Razid Fium.
Dude, is that a fume? Oh, right, a fume. Wait, a fume I think is supposed to be a bullet. He's supposed to be using a bullet. I don't know.
Shifty Razid Fium.
I mean, it's
Stonk
fire.
Bangle Fleam.
I should pause and see.
Shifty Azul Bublem.
Bublem, that's bubbles.
Shifty Agrid Fleam. Shifty Azul Bublem.
Bublem is always a good one.
Shifty Agrid Fleam.
Bleem.
Shifty Azul Bublem.
This is French.
Stonk Bangle Fleam. Shifty Razid Fium.
See, that's the one. Fium. It's an AoE. Okay, Fium. Oh, Shroom. Shroom is the bullet. Fium is the AoE. So that he's using the right one. I guess it's just that the effect on this one. Let's see here. Delivery. It only has duration and speed, so it doesn't actually have... I guess if it has duration and speed, it doesn't necessarily... It only gets a default radius then. Or it doesn't get any radius, it seems. Or would it have a radius of 0 and then speed up? I don't know. It should probably have a radius.
Stonk Bangle Fleam. Shifty Azul Bublem.
Bublem is powerful, dude.
Stonk Bangle Fleam.
Come on, guys.
Shifty
Kill...
Razid Fium.
No, the fume sucks. Don't use it. Don't.
Shifty Agrid Fleam.
The Fleam is pretty good, but it doesn't hit him.
Shifty Razid Fium.
No, not the fume, you asshole. Don't. Use the Bublem. Bublem.
Shifty Agrid Fleam.
No, not the
Shifty
Fleam.
Razid Fium.
Stop using the Fleam. You idiot. Use
Shifty Azul
Bublem.
Bangle Fleam.
Bublem. Ah, that's the one. That's the one. That's the killer move. Bublem. Bublem, 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 Bublem.
Stonk Bangle Fleam. Shifty Azul Bublem.
Bublem. Yes. That's how you... That's a killer move. That's a killer move.
Shifty Agrid Fleam. Fium.
No, not the fume. The Bublem, Bublem. Come on, guys. Come on.
Shifty Razid Fium.
Oh my
Stonk
god.
Bangle Fleam.
Your fleams keep overshooting, dude. You're not hitting anyone with your fleam.
Razid Fium.
Oh my god.
Stonk Bangle Fleam.
No, use the Bublem.
Shifty Razid Fium.
Bublem, Bublem, Bublem.
Shifty Agrid Fleam.
Fleam, fleam.
Shifty Azul Bublem.
That's the one. That's the one. That's the killer move.
Stonk Bangle Fleam. Shifty Razid Fium.
I feel like I should teach some new...
Stifty agwid fleam. Stifty brassig fume.
It keeps missing. It doesn't hit where he wants it to hit. You're not killing anyone with that slime, you idiot.
Stifty azum bangle fleam.
Booblem, that's the one. Booblem. Booblem, booblem, booblem.
Stifty azum booblem. Stifty agwid fleam.
Of the Werves game? Yeah, it's very, very wormsy. I'll show you.
Brassig fume. Stifty agwid fleam.
Bleem. Let me show you. So I can restart here, and I'll show you from top to bottom as I teach these slorbs their gumbles. So basically, we have some slorbs down here on the beach. We have the Pipto Gumble, Stonk Bangle Shroom, Stonk Bangle Shroom, and that's a pass. So that one worked. Donk Crew Crew Fume, Donk Crew Crew Fume. That's also a pass. So now we'll teach this other one. These other two Gumbles. Oh. Okay, this one might be tricky. It's a long one. Booblem Stonk of Crew Crew and a Zoom. That's a pass. Oh, that's gonna be crazy. Donk Brassig Fleam Fume. Okay. So now we've taught the spells to the slorbs. We got the slorbs speaking the spells. Now we can start the battle. And this is where stuff gets interesting. Let's see. Oh. It crashed. I think. No, it's good. Oh, there you go. Whoa. Donk Crew Crew Fume.
Donk Brassig Fleam Fume. Donk Crew Crew Fume.
That one sucks, dude. It doesn't do anything. What do you think you're trying to do?
Donk Crew Crew Fume.
It's not doing anything.
Crew Crew and a Zoom. Donk Crew Crew Fume. Donk Brassig Fleam Fume.
Donk Brassig Fleam Fume. That means strong fire.
Donk Crew Crew Fume.
Brassig means fire. Fleam is a slime and.
Crew Crew and a Zoom.
Oh.
Donk Crew Crew Fume. Booblem Stonk of Crew Crew and a Zoom.
Ooh.
Donk Crew Crew Fume.
Come on, guys.
Brassig Fleam Fume.
That's the one.
Donk Crew Crew Fume.
Your attacks suck, guys. You can't.
Donk Crew Crew Fume. Donk Brassig Fleam Fume.
Donk Brassig Fleam Fume. Wait. I'm gonna change his attack.
Donk Crew Crew Fume.
Donk Brassig Fleam Fume.
Donk Brassig Fleam Fume. Donk Crew Crew Fume.
Donk Brassig Fleam Fume.
Donk Brassig Fleam Fume. Booblem Stonk of Crew Crew and a Zoom.
Booblem Stonk of Crew Crew and a Zoom.
Donk Brassig Fleam Fume. Donk Brassig Fleam Fume.
Booblem Stonk of Crew Crew and a Zoom.
Donk Brassig Fleam Fume. Booblem Stonk of Crew Crew and a Zoom. Moblin stonk of cuckoo and a zoom. Donk brassic flame fume. Donk brassic flame fume. Donk brassic flame fume.
You need...
Donk brassic flame fume.
It's so too much donk brassic flame fume.
Donk brassic flame fume.
Stop it, you guys.
Moblin stonk of cuckoo and a zoom.
Problem stonk of cuckoo and a zoom.
Donk brassic flame fume.
Problem stonk of cuckoo and a zoom. Oh, that's a fail. Problem stonk of cuckoo and a
Donk
zoom.
brassic flame fume.
That's a pass. Let's do this, guys. Whoa. Whoa.
Donk brassic flame fume.
Yeah. Oh.
Donk brassic flame fume.
Kill him. Oh my god, Miles is here, guys. Kill each other. I need someone to die. I can't stop this until someone...
Donk brassic flame fume.
Okay, there needs to be a little bit less of a delay, I think, between the spells. Especially in a 1v1.
Donk brassic flame fume.
Donk Brassic Flame Fume. That's an OG attack. That's a class. That's a Hood Classic. Certified Hood Classic. The Donk Brassic Flame Fume. I should have... I'm gonna try something. I'm gonna try to have like 6 Slorbs all at once. And teach them all different spells. Or maybe teach them all the same spell, but say it differently for each one. Oh, he's dead! You killed him! He's dead! Are you happy now? You happy? You killed your brother! Using the spells I taught you. Your brother was rolling away and you were just dancing happily. Well, don't come to me crying. You have spilled enough blood. Guys, I think this is working. I just need to have... I think we're approaching... We are approaching a point in time where we almost have gameplay. And that is quite amazing. There's a bit of a slow exit play mode. I think it's because we're loading in so many audio clips, and I think every single time it loads an audio clip, it loads it into memory. It is lagging quite a bit here. Stream is lagging.